Nothing feels better than improving overnight. And let me tell you, yesterday we had Maestro Grisha Goryashev on the chat, and he was sharing some knowledge bombs with the community. So thank you very much. And he was noticing that I was not paying attention to the extensor muscles. Basically, when the finger goes out, right? So it's like when you do this, like this kind of motion for strumming, right? So he could see that when I was alternating the fingers. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I'm not paying attention to that. How does he know that? By just looking at my fingers moving, because he knows. I mean, when I see someone learning how to play the guitar, I can tell by just looking at the hands what's going on. So the way I see learning, the way I approach teaching is, okay, I try to set you up for success, with the posture, with the angle of the hands, and then I tell you, okay, do this kind of movement on your fingers. And I see what happened. And depending on what I see, I'm like, okay, let's try this, let's try that, let's change the angle this way, so try it this way. But if I see that everything is working well, I don't say anything. And sometimes it just works. Sometimes intuitively people can perform a motion that works, is very effective, and is actually good technique intuitively without having to teach anything. But what happens when that's not the case? Then you have to realize, okay, what's going on? And that's what he saw. I mean, he realized, okay, I think his index finger is not going high enough. Pay attention to this part of the movement. So I did, and I improved immediately. And I feel like I have improved overnight. And I'm feeling a lot more power, speed, and endurance with my rest strokes. All the rest strokes, index, middle finger, index, ring finger, and three finger scales. So I'm gonna show you that on this video. We're gonna try to play some 200 BPM non-stop scales. And I have to say, look, it always happens when I am studying a lot. The nails are not gonna be on the best shape because I wear out the nails, especially when the strings are not new. And I don't have time to change them because I want to study. And so I have no nails right now. This is like callus. So I have developed the surface of the skin like a calluses. That's working pretty well. But nails, not a lot of nail here. Not a lot of nail. So, and I am tired, because I've been practicing 16 hours a day. And that's what I do when I see something is working, when I see that, okay, I'm gonna improve, I'm gonna break through. I don't wanna stop playing the guitar. I keep playing. And then once I break through, then of course I don't have to study 16 hours a day, but I think it is important. How's it going? One flow, return off where you left yesterday. Yeah, good day again. How's it going? Solo, streaming early today. Yeah, because I just wanted to see when you improve something, you don't want to forget. So you want to, as early as you can, you want to keep practicing. But I've been practicing today. So yeah, I am not warm up right now. I am fried. My fingers are totally like, to say that my hands are tired would be an understatement. Like, I can move my fingers like this, but I don't have it. I don't have the power anymore. But still, we're gonna play 200 BPM. It's not hard with three fingers. It's actually very easy. So that's what we're gonna do, and hopefully you can see the improvement. And we're gonna talk about it. If you have any questions, let me know. And if you wanna practice alone, just go ahead and grab your guitar and let's do it. Also, someone asked me on the live stream yesterday in a comment, what about beginners? You know, if I'm a beginner, what should I practice? Do you have like a recommendation or something? This day one, practice this. See, I don't have this mentality of, oh, you're a beginner, so I'm gonna teach you beginner stuff, and after 10 years you're gonna play like me. No, I'm gonna teach you what I am learning right now, day one, and you should be able to do what I'm doing right now very fast, in a matter of days, weeks, months, not years, depending on how much you study, your talent, and your aspirations. So this is what I recommend you. If you are a beginner, you're starting day one on the guitar, practice these kind of exercises that I've been sharing. These are basic. See, what I'm practicing every day is the basics, the core basic movements to play the guitar. There's nothing. See, it is advanced to to get to move the fingers fast and be able to play the scales across the necks and all of that. But this is not an advanced thing to learn that you have to wait 10 years to learn that. That's just nonsense. Total nonsense that because you're starting to play the guitar, you have to go and read a book that's for beginners and learn easy stuff. That is total nonsense. You learn the basics and you learn how to do that well. You learn the movements. You learn good technique right away. Because you're a beginner, I'm not gonna see you play with the hands in a bad way and with a bad technique, and I'm gonna be like, oh, it's fine. He's a beginner. Let's live and play like that for 5 years, 10 years, and until he hits a wall, and now we have to change all the technique because everything is wrong. That's just the wrong approach to learn how to play, and unfortunately, that is the case for the most part. People start learning the guitar, they play with terrible technique, nobody tells them because they are beginners. So then you hit a wall, and so now you have to unlearn all the practice you did. Now you have to unlearn that because those motions don't work, and that's even worse. So I prefer sometimes not, almost always, I prefer someone who doesn't know anything that has talent to teach them from scratch, from zero, than to get someone who has been playing the guitar for 10 years with terrible technique that doesn't work, because it's harder to unlearn and relearn than to start from zero. You're getting sore, but what is that? See, it is normal if you're starting to play the guitar, you get some pain on the tip of the fingers. That's normal. But where are you getting sore? Are you getting sore on your wrist or something? Because, see, you have to, of course, improve the technique, see when you're getting pain, why is that happening. But I have been practicing for 16 hours a day, non-stop, 200 BPM, and I don't have any pain anywhere. So you have to, so if your muscles get tired here, and you have a little bit of pain, see, you have to identify. If you go to the gym and next day you have a little bit of pain, that's not a bad pain. See, you have to identify when a pain is like an articulation or something that's bad, that you should just stop and let it rest. And when a muscle, from working out, when the muscle, hurts a little bit, it's like the tip of your fingers. If the tip of your fingers hurts a little bit, it doesn't matter. Just keep playing. You're not gonna get injured for that. So I don't know exactly, but if your forearm is getting pain by doing this, like right here at the top, it's just the muscle. I don't think that's a. It depends. You have to listen to your body and try to see what's going on and why. Yeah, and at the beginning you get pain on the fingertips for not having the calluses. I don't have big calluses. Some people, depending on the skin, some people have more or less, but that's normal. See, when I see someone starting playing the guitar, and they're like, "Oh, it hurts." Okay, that's the name of the game. That's just It is what it is. It's gonna stop hurting. Just keep doing it. So you have to identify when a pain is okay. Let me stop because this is not. This is bad. And when it's fine, just keep going. It's not gonna. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Now, right hand injuries are very rare. Extremely rare. I mean, you can smash the guitar all you want, do this. It's very unlikely you're gonna get an injury here on the right hand, unless you're doing something wild and your body is giving you a pain signal and you just keep going and going. Unless you do something extremely crazy, it's very unlikely you're gonna get injured on the right hand. Now, left hand, yes, you can get injured for forcing bad postures that hurts or something. But yeah, listen to your body, but don't let a little bit of pain stop you. Now, if you have numbness, yeah, stop immediately. Numbness is bad. Even on the tip of the fingers, if you have numbness, that's like a nerve. Yeah, stop, let it heal, and then go back at it. But yeah, forearm injury from the right hand, I've never seen that being an issue. So let's get started. I'm gonna start practicing, and hopefully you can see the improvement. I definitely feel my index finger is returning much better when I do the ascending scales, when I do two finger scales, everything. So I'm gonna start playing a little bit from slow to fast, so you can also see I have more control now. I need a metronome. I need a background to start practicing. I'm gonna connect because I feel like more than warm up, I'm extremely tired. So I need the metronome for motivation, for my fingers to. So I'm gonna start slow. Just because I'm already warm up, I just need to it's like when you get your second air. So I'm gonna start slow. This is 150 BPM. For 3 fingers, this is extremely slow. I'm gonna do faster. 160. You already know what I'm doing, but let me know if you have any questions. I'm gonna focus on playing and then I will talk. Because it's very hard actually to speak and to stay concentrated to play. Very hard. When I do the videos, I'm like, man, I cannot play. It's so hard to speak and, and play at the same time. Some people don't speak at all. The majority of people I know, when they go on stage, they don't want to even say, I'm gonna play now, this and that. They don't want to talk because you as soon as you start speaking, it's like you lose your concentration. It's very, very hard. Playing the guitar is a very, very demanding, extremely demanding. It's the hardest thing I've ever tried. I'd much rather fight, like a karate fight, than play on stage. Not the UFC though, I wouldn't do that, but karate I think is easier than playing on stage. You feel like your life is in danger. I'm practicing only scales these days, but only I am. The biggest difficulty is on ascending, yeah. Ascending scales always start with a different finger each round, but I'm getting used to it. Yeah, ascending scales with two fingers is very hard. I recommend you practice the arpeggio exercise like this. Any chord you can use, and just do this like. Also do it with this. See, one thing we confirmed yesterday with Grisha was that he did practice these two fingers together, and he said Paco also used to practice that outside the guitar by doing this kind of stuff. Put these two fingers together and smash the guitar down like this. So you need to level them up so it sounds like this, and then alternate like that. So it's like this. Try to rest. So you can practice this exercise. warm up, even when I already warm up before. I feel cold out of tiredness. What if you try to just flow and not focus, play subconsciously while talking? No, because I'm trying now to consciously make sure that I'm doing the improvement. That's why. So I don't want to be an autopilot, because I might go back to what I was doing before yesterday. So yesterday I improved. So I want to make sure I'm using that improvement. That's why I need to focus now. Okay, so let's try 170. I'm gonna try this slow. I'm gonna try with dynamics. Because I also want to make sure that I have the control to play slower, because I'm not gonna play that fast all the time. So when you're playing faster, it's a different feeling. So you wanna see the fact that you can play at 200 BPM with 3 fingers doesn't guarantee that you can play slower. You can play like a 150, 160 with control and with dynamics. So you have to make sure you practice that one too. And that's what I'm doing. I want to practice slower. So even if I'm playing a slow phrase or something, I'm using these fingerings. I want to have control. Chicago scale. Okay, let's try it. Let's try again. Again, this is a very easy speed for 3 fingers, but I'm just practicing a little bit more the control, mental clarity control, and I'm gonna practice a little bit the dynamic. We'll get it up to 200. So on this practice, I'm not trying to find the technique, I already found it. What I'm doing is I am now trying to get more clarity, more control. How's it going, Hernan? Is it useful to try other 3 fingers pattern to do scales on the right hand, like I, AM or MI? Yeah, definitely. The thing is, right now I'm focusing more in the basic, getting the basic core motion. But yeah, then later you can anything works. You can do like that. Any kind of fingering, like for example the ascending, descending fourth, like this. Be like. That's gonna work very well. I haven't practiced it yet, but it's gonna work extremely well. And it's actually something that's very hard to do with two fingers, especially if you're crossing, and extremely hard to do with a pick. So yes, but right now I just care about the motion. Once I have that, then I start learning other phrases and other combinations. But yeah, see, I don't want to overcomplicate for now. See, is right now I just want to practice the same riff everywhere, which is basically this. So when I wanna move to the next one, I'm gonna do middle index, middle index. Middle index, middle index, middle ring. So basically I'm gonna start with the middle here. Middle index, middle index, middle ring. So basically, when I have 4 notes per string, I'm gonna do index middle only. And then 5 notes per string here. But these scales feel so much better than yesterday. You have no idea. And the difference is the index. I am taking it out earlier with more time, and it is on lock. I feel like my index finger got unlocked. It was a little bit tight, so I was struggling with that index finger. But now I feel that it's loose. How's it going? Bilochi. Does anyone else have problem with a ring finger on the 3rd fret in the position? It feels so weak. I can use index on the 4, but 3 feels weak. You mean on the left hand? Ring on the 4. I don't understand. So you're talking about the left hand? I don't understand what you're referring to. I'll use the index. Look, 4 frets on 1 string. 4 frets on 1 string. Then use index, skip 1 fret, the middle, ring on 4. Oh, so you mean this? Like this kind of shape? keeping the position and moving the weak finger off. Hammer on. So you mean like you want a hammer here? I don't understand what's going on there. That ring on 4 feels weak. Yeah, that's exactly the improvement that I'm talking about. But I feel like with this thing that Grisha called the attention yesterday, that's the improvement basically. I feel now paying attention to that to the extensor part. So basically, when the finger goes out, I feel now that my index is ready earlier, and it feels free. If you look at my video yesterday, you're gonna see the difference, especially on the ascending scales. These ascending scales now are a lot more solid. Oh no, that exercise. So he said he was gonna show me. I didn't understand that exercise he was talking about, like this, doing this, something like this. I don't understand how to do the exercise. He has to show me. So Bill, I just don't understand exactly what you're referring to. So with this position, the key. See, I never talk about the left hand because for the most part, experienced classical guitarists, they don't have issue with the left hand because we, for the most part, the teachings for the left hand are decent. But to do this extension, really, the key is this. See, really, the extension happens by having the index like this, which is not unnatural. It's actually a very, very natural thing to do, for the index to go out like this. So then, to take advantage of that, all you do is you get the elbow into the guitar, and that's how I get the extension without having to see this. So this happens when you have the hand frontal, but if you have the hand sideways like a violin, it makes it super easy to reach with the pinky there. Yeah, definitely with this return of the index, the ascending scales now are easier, and I don't feel like I have to rely that much on the wrist motion, although I feel like it still helps. But my index was a little bit stuck, so I was relying almost completely on the wrist rotation. See, I was doing only, actually I was not even trying to move the index that much. I was only doing this, so like this. And the problem was like I needed more this. you're a shredder. Oh, I see, I see. A lot of people who come from the electric guitar, what happens is because the electric guitar, the neck with the strings is softer, you can get away with bad technique. Like on the electric guitar, you can, do like things that don't work, and you move your finger faster and it's working. But now when you go to the acoustic and you need that acoustic volume, you realize you actually have to, press the fretboard harder. So then you realize, okay, I need to improve my technique because it's just not gonna work. Like you have to be more disciplined with when you have to have acoustic volume, you cannot get away with bad technique basically. So yeah, you just have to discipline. It's like try to improve the form of your left hand so it looks more correct. See, it looks more natural. You don't want to see anything forced, anything weird on the left hand. Although, I mean, you look at Vicente Amigo and his left hand looks terrible, but it works, and it is good technique. So there's always exceptions. Can I hear your fastest M and I speed? Yeah, I'll play that. I don't want to disrupt the hand right now, but I'll try my. Yesterday I did it. I can do 200, but not for too long. And with I and A, I can do 210, but again, not for too long. But hopefully that changes. The goal is to do 200 and play that long Paco scale. See, I have to do that. See, look, for me, it doesn't really matter if I go out there and win a competition. It doesn't matter if I go and play on the most important stage in the world. If I cannot do that long a scale of Entre Dos Aguas by Paco Lucia, I failed. Okay, and that's not gonna happen. I will do it. I'm gonna show you, and I will break through. See, it's gonna happen. So that's like one of my main goals. It's looking like the final boss, if I'm honest right now. It's looking like after I do that, I should be ready to play whatever. It's extremely hard thing to do, especially doing it with no tricks. Yes, if I use 3 fingers, I can do it right now. Okay. But I don't want to do it with 3 fingers. I haven't even practiced that scale with 3 fingers because I know I can do it, but that doesn't count. It has to be like Paco. 2 fingers, no cheating. Okay? But yeah, if you're a shredder coming from the electric guitar, you have the right mindset to start making some improvements on the acoustic, because you should shred everything. I'm from Cuba. I come originally from Cuba. Like Manuel Barruecos, a guitar legend. So I have the legendary possibilities. Marco Tamayo, Rene Izquierdo. Now we have Ali Arango. So Cubans, Leo Brauer, of course. We have a lot of incredible guitarists from Cuba, a lot. So yeah, I have possibilities. No, I don't think the electric guitar is easier. I mean, it depends on what you do. If you try to play like Sean Lane, try to play Sean Lane stuff, that's not easy. I cannot do that. So now let me tell you, when it comes to the reverb and all of that, when I record something, I have to learn how to add some reverb and some effects or something, because not all are doing it, but it is very important. For example, when I hear let me show you. I forgot his name. Well, I will remember it. I'll tell you. Vicente also plays quiet with his 2 mm action on bass and treble. Oh, you mean that he has... he smashes the guitar. You mean that he has very low action? Yeah, Ali Arango is incredible. Ali Arango, and he's an incredible musician too. He not only he can play fast, and if he's a virtuoso, but he's an incredible musician, and he has won all the competitions. So yeah. What I mean, the previous comment is a video of you playing scales with rest strokes in the electric guitar. Oh, yeah, it works. I mean, the same technique works. The thing is, you just have to do more superficial. On the electric guitar, you don't have to project. You don't need acoustic volume, so you can just do like... you can just do that. And it's gonna work. It doesn't matter the volume, the acoustic volume doesn't matter. It matters, but not that much. Especially if you're playing with distortion. Yeah, but Vicente Amigo, he's incredible, man. Like, oh, so I was gonna say, for example, Luciano Gosh, he plays on the performance videos. The sound setup that he has is incredible. I mean, you see when he plays Vicente Amigo covers, it sounds like Vicente Amigo. Like, he nailed that. And of course, his technique and his playing, but I feel like, man, if I'm gonna perform something, I wanna have that set up, you know? I wanna have the same, you know, I don't know if he does that himself or he has a sound guy on the background that knows how to do that, but that's... sounds incredible. I really like that. Yeah, of course, I've seen Javier Conde. I was on a masterclass of Javier Conde, and a workshop was. See, the thing with Javier Conde is that I asked him so many questions. I did not get a single answer that was helpful in any way. I think he's not aware at all about his own technique. Like, he's just a natural. He's just talented, like naturally gifted. He was able to play like that when he was 8 years old. His dad taught him how to play, and he has huge, powerful hands. And yeah, I had the opportunity to. It was a workshop, so it was like me. Rafael Aguirre was there too, and also other guitarists that were trying to learn his technique, and yeah, we didn't get anything out of it, honestly, like zero, like nothing. Tried to ask him, what are you doing? He's like, I don't know, I just grabbed the guitar, you know, got nothing. Yeah, he shows some exercises, but the exercise by itself is nothing. I'm doing the same thing all the time. The thing is how you do it, how you play. That's the important part. The exercise itself, it's nothing. It's not relevant at all. Okay, let me try. I feel like I want to try some slow. I'm gonna go back. I'll play 200. It's not hard at all. I'll play 160 now. Okay, let's get a taste of 200. So I like to go back and forth. It's getting better. So the thing is, this I am calibrating. I'm still not pushing the fingers, so this actually feels easy. This doesn't feel hard. Hard feels if I try to alternate two fingers as fast as I can. I get red. The vein of my neck gets. But with three fingers, this scale are easy. Even 200 BPM is very easy. Very easy. Look, like there's no effort on the fingers. I can even do it softer. Look, this is not. It's not fast because each finger is not moving fast. See? So that's not hard at all. I'm just trying to synchronize, to calibrate, to have control, and to dominate the speed. But with three fingers, for me, it starts to get hard, like at 220, 230. Then the hand starts to get tense, but it still works. But two fingers is so much harder. It's not even close. I push myself. Yeah, that's a must. I'm gonna push myself on this stream. You're gonna see it. Right now I'm still trying to calibrate. I wanna practice slow a little bit with dynamics, and I'm gonna go back and forth between slow and very fast. So 160 with three fingers, that's extremely slow. And my nails right now, I have no nails. That's another thing. I'm not feeling the best because right now, look at my nails. Like, I have no nails. See, from here, it looks like I do have nails. But what happened is that my skin, let's see if I can focus the camera. So what happened is that my skin retrieved because I'm practicing so much, but I have no nail. See? So I have a calluses. Look at the calluses on the fingers. See that? So when I practice 16 hours a day, I lose the nails, and the calluses start to go out, to come out. Nail shape. So the nail shape that I try to have is the same shape of the finger, and then I do shorter on the inside of the index and the middle finger, a little bit shorter on the inside, and definitely polish the nail. After you give them the shape, it's very important to polish the nail. Get some 1000, 2000 sandpaper, and then when you give it the shape, you want to polish the surface so it's like a perfect crystal. But you know what? One good thing when you don't have nails, they don't wear out anymore. So you get some consistency of. See, from the past 2-3 days, I've been feeling the same because my nails are so short. They don't get any shorter. So that's actually a very, very good thing that we miss on the classical guitar. The nails are changing all the time, and that makes it so much harder. That's one thing that when I practice with a pick, with the electric guitar, which by the way, I can play also 200 BPM with a pick. It's very easy. I learned a two-way pick slanting from Troy Grady. I can do that very easy. So one thing I appreciate with the electric guitar is that the pick doesn't change. And if it changes, you just get a brand new one. So you always have the same consistency. And that's something that's so hard about the classical and flamenco guitar too. I mean, if you start playing flamenco, you start doing this strumming, start doing these things, you're gonna wear out your nails so fast. Yeah, I know two-way pick slanting. I can explain that. Two-way pick slanting is just incredible. I learned that technique in a week, and I was already playing scales across the neck 200 BPM. It is just incredible. Anton Jimenez, I don't know who that is. He talks about keeping minimum because it builds accuracy. Yes, definitely. When you have almost no nail, you're gonna get tremendous consistency because it doesn't go down anymore. So it's always the same feeling. So the thing is, for rest strokes, it's not a big deal, but to play, for example, tremolo without nails is actually very hard. Actually, let's play a little bit of tremolo. Tremolo, see how it goes. Very hard to play it. Let me see. Going better than what I was expecting. I couldn't play tremolo before with no nails. It's kind of working. Like I don't have any. See, if I do this from this angle, I am not hitting the string. The only way to hit the string is by going down strongly and doing this. So I'm having to do some extra force to play the tremolo. Oh, Sorhans is a shredder too. He's more of an electric guitar than me. I never played the electric guitar for too long. I just learned the picking technique to teach. Because here in the U.S., a lot of people wanted to learn the electric guitar. So I'm like, okay, let me learn this thing. So I go to the internet and I find Troy Grady, and Troy Grady is the GOAT. He's just the best teacher you can ever find for the electric guitar. So he teaches this two-way pick slanting. I tried that in a week, and I'm like, man, I'm playing faster than with my fingers. I've been practicing guitar for so many years. How is this even possible? There's something I'm doing wrong with the classical guitar. because with the electric guitar with the pick, it's so much easier to play fast. 200 BPM is a piece of cake with the pick. So yeah, I learned that technique, and I teach the kids, the people that I've been able to teach the two-way pick slanting. It just works. It works immediately. It doesn't take any to play fast scales across the neck with two-way pick slanting with a pick. Yeah, it doesn't sound, see, with no nails, the guitar doesn't sound normal. Like this like if I do this right now, I have it's not catching the string, so I need to go and do this to make it sound. It's extremely hard. I like the jazz string. Yeah, I use the jazz string, like Michelangelo Vecchio. Michelangelo Vecchio is a beast. By the way, let's check out a Michelangelo Vecchio video. I think he did a BS video, 270 BPM or something like that. That's not true, but he's a beast. Let's check out that video. We can do that. Now that I remember that video, I can do that with my fingers. Let's beat Michelangelo Vecchio. Let's check this out. Michelangelo Vecchio with this Manowar basses. We're gonna beat him up with the fingers. We're gonna, no, speed kills, no, because speed kills is copyright. Let's check out this insane Manowar's Joy. Check this out. So we got Michelangelo Vecchio here. Okay, let's check this out. Let me get some audio here. Let me fix the audio here. Oh, I just muted the tab.
And then I'll watch it.
Ooh, let me lower it down. Okay, let's check out Michelangelo Vecchio shredding, and we're gonna beat him up. Okay, we're gonna win.
Do it, and then we'll play it together.
Yeah.
You have some click track?
Yeah, and I start usually on the F sharp, you know, the seventh tone of the scale, so it keeps it symmetrical.
Oh, he's actually doing the same scale. Oh, we're gonna beat him up. Is that what you're gonna do?
No. So, some people would look at that out there and say, well, that's not shit. But I mean, why would you ever do that in the G major scale? But I agree with you. I feel like the G major scale or any major scale gives you a chance to cross the finger. I have 4 strings, you have 6, but I think it gives you a chance to cross the finger and actually use your hands as a warm up for it. It's a very good scale. And also use it for your fingers to go around. So I think, of course, he's got the lead. Okay, so let's have some click, right? What'd you say?
175. We can bump it up from there.
175? That's nothing. Too slow.
Use that a little louder. If anybody's ever heard anybody say that before. Yeah.
I cannot hear myself. Let me lower the volume for me because I cannot hear myself. That's very easy.
So if we wanted to move that up and down the neck, 2 times on each. So
Oh, they're changing. I don't have frets for that. That's easy.
Yeah, and that's also a good way
It's
to get ready
nothing.
for the tour too, because we're going to be playing all kinds of crazy shit together on tour. So, but
It's not even in the shred zone.
That's
yet.
not in the shred zone yet.
Okay, let's start at 200.
200. Easy.
okay.
Let's go. See, the thing is, I cannot hear my guitar. Too loud. $200. That's nothing, bro. That's nothing. Kind of disappointed. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it now. I wish I had more frets. Let's see if I can do it on a different place. He starts here. That's what they're doing. I'm gonna do it with dynamics. Let's see if I can do it with them.
Don't you?
Yeah. That's not even in the shred
That's
zone.
not the shred zone.
Right. Call it.
Okay, let's start at 200.
Let's see if I'm in the right place. I can do it, man. That's not hard. That's kind of disappointing. um, yeah, we have a classical guitar audience. Like, this is considered to be trash on the classical guitar world, but I think it has a lot of value to be able to do that. But with a pick, that's not actually that hard. I don't know why they are starting there. My barrier on Sean Lane. Yeah, Sean Lane is that's hard. That's next level. So augmented 3 notes per string, a stretch. Oh yeah. So Sean Lane is just absolutely incredible. Let's see if we can find some face melting Sean Lane riff. Can we match Sean Lane? I don't think so. Sean Lane is just brutal. The thing is, Sean Lane is doing. Sean Lane is playing too low here, so I cannot do. See, those stretches are just gigantic on the. See if we can find something that's not. I shared this.
And I'm asked about a lot.
This short. Look at this. This is like intimidation. This is how you intimidate someone.
Is some of the wide intervallic, diminished, and other type of string skipping playing that I do, usually based somewhat around a diminished tonality.
Okay,
I'll
let's
do
see.
it first in just the basic diminished.
See if we can do that. What was that? The thing is that he starts going low and that's too uncomfortable to play on the acoustic. The solo at 4 minutes of Not Again. Okay, let's check that out. They can play faster. The electric guitar sounds like garbage. Yeah, I mean, I like the distortion sound. What I don't like is the piezo. What Sore Hands calls the piezo. I didn't know that was the name for that. But yeah, basically, for me, worse than electric guitars is electroacoustic guitars connected. If you have an acoustic guitar, just put a mic in front of it. It's gonna sound so much better. So it is criminal to play a guitar connected like with a plug. It just sounds horrible, absolutely horrible. I agree with Sore Hands there. Okay, let's check out that solo you're talking about. Not Again. Okay, so let's see. Check out this one and then we'll check that out. Now that one's gonna be copyright, but I'm gonna fix it. I'll fix it later.
Okay, I take the basic diminished concept like that and I expand it out into a lot of.
He expands that out
for a lot of real outside type playing.
Outside type playing.
Techniques. Sometimes it's hammer-ons and pull-offs.
Yeah,
sometimes
sure.
It's picking.
Sometimes
like when
picking.
I'm doing hammer-ons, a lot of times I'll double up on the first couple notes.
Yeah.
Give it a different kind of sound.
That's
like
what he
this.
does.
Okay, slow.
It sounds
That's
incredible.
kind of like this. And then you move around the position.
Okay,
So
I'll
you
try
skip
that
the
one
6
later,
notes.
after.
You skip a string, and then you move over to another fret. And you can go a half step up or a whole step up. Just try to mix it up to get a real outside kind of sound.
He's just doing the diminished scale. So I like this. This is like this. Just this scale. I'll show you. I like this this scale for 3 notes per string. I really like it. Let me show you this. It's actually perfect for the practice I'm doing today. This. I'm gonna show you. So the scale, the mid scale is like this. So what I'm doing is 1 4 and then 1 fret, 1 fret, 1 fret. Now 2 frets from the third to the second string, and then 1 fret again. So that's it. Now you can throw another note. So you can start 1 3 4, 1 2 4. You can start 1 2 4, and then 1 3 4. So you're gonna change from alternate from 1 2 4 to 1 3 4, 1 2 4, 1 3 4. The biggest jump is this one. 2 frets. love that sound. I can be doing this all day. And I recommend you when you're shredding this, do it in 2 or 3 strings in a row, because mentally when you're learning it, it's hard to play the whole thing. Like, it's like confusing, right? So, but you want to keep up the speed, so you only practice 2 strings or 3. Go for it. We're gonna shred that. We're gonna shred that. I love that scale. 3 notes per string is easy on electric because of economy picking, like Michael Romeo. Yeah, if you do economy, but if you do alternate picking, it's not that easy. You need the 2-way pick slanting, but either way it works. Every real speed player will use some economy moves. Yeah. Yeah, 2 notes per string, definitely. So the good thing about this scale is that you can practice the 2 notes per string. You can just do this like this. You have fun with it. Yeah, actually, we played this scale on the Villalobos 7. It's a very good practice. Okay, let's find that Sean Lane song. I need to hit 4s and 6s. Practice that lick 2. It's really hard. I mean, 3 notes or 2 strings is really easy for me. Okay, let's try this. What is this? Sean Lane. Let me see if I. Not Again live. Sean Lane. Not Again live. Okay, let's see. So the solo is at the 3-minute mark, you said? Okay, let's just find the solo. Yeah, this is definitely gonna be copyright big time. It's gonna ruin the stream. Okay, let's see. The whole thing is a solo. Love that. That's wild. So which part is the one you cannot do? That's crazy. And the thing is, Sean Lane, he is not a shredder. He's a musician that can shred like nobody else. So the thing is, when you hear the solo, it's not a pattern that sounds like an exercise that he practiced a lot and he just throw that in the middle of the solo. Because the thing is, with Sean Lane, he is playing different groupings. He's not playing 16 notes just shredding up and down the scale like what I'm trying to practice. He's playing different rhythms, different groupings of phrases with different amount of notes, and a mix between picking the notes and slurs, and it just flows. I think Sean Lane is the best, and nobody else comes even close on when it comes to electric guitar shredding. He's just the best. Like he's God and everyone. He's Paco de Lucia on the electric guitar. Like nobody else comes even close. So yeah, that's Sean Lane. Pretty very very impressive. It's worth watching. Not trying to get on. So what? The 724 video is the last 4 minutes. But is that this? Is this the same video I'm watching or a different one? Because this one is 5 minutes long. Oh, the 722 video. Okay. Power licks. Okay. Check it out. Simply the best. You want me to watch the whole thing? I mean, it's copyright. After the stream, I'm gonna have to trim all this if I want to keep the video alive. Which part do you want me to watch here? The solo? The last 4 minutes. Okay, let me see. So this is 7 minutes. I mean, almost the whole thing. Alright, let's check it out. Oh my God! Eric Johnson. But on drugs, under the influence. Yeah. Yeah, no one can do that. That's like either a strong motivation or you quit guitar. It's like, holy, what was that? I mean, I don't even know what scale he was playing there. That's just, wear some face protection before you watch that video, because that's like face melting, like unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Just crazy. Oh, I have seen Roy Marchbank. He's not real though. Like, he's a very good guitarist, but he's using some some tricks. Like, what you hear doesn't match what you see. It's not. I've seen him. Very impressive, the idea, but he's not actually playing that. Yeah, so I wouldn't give him too much credit, but he's actually very good. If he didn't cheat, it would be a lot more impressive. But now that you know it's not real, then it's a shame, really. It's like, can you imagine to have like a very talented guitarist that just starts doing tricks and cheat and all of that? There's no need for that. No need for that. It's like, for example, you have seen all the controversy of, Marcin and Sore Hands and all these YouTube channels calling him out. Marcin is an incredible guitarist, super talented. He can do anything. There's no need to be editing anything. No need for that. But the thing is, his target audience has absolutely no clue. It's clueless. So it is true, when you start editing and all of that, you can achieve better results, but then the real people who, the real guitarists and artists, they realize, man, why are you doing that? Why are you doing any tricks? You're good enough. You don't need to do any of that. And it is unfortunate. But yeah, it's what it is. There's no need for that. Marshall Harrison, yeah, he's the best. When it comes to the technique, if you want to learn to play the electric guitar for shredding purposes, Marshall Harrison is the man, with a suave red picking technique. I know Marshall Harrison, of course. So yeah, man, this is very inspiring. But you see why I'm so focused on speed and all of that. It's not to impress anyone, the thing is, music needs that. See, when you go to that speed way over 200 BPM, then the scales no longer sound like. It sounds like. So it starts to blend in, and so then the ascending, descending, it's like woo. It's something that you cannot achieve, that kind of expression, unless you go extremely fast. Yeah, the thing is, we can check out Roy Marchbank, but the thing is, I don't want to make a video criticizing anyone. See, and if I watch one of the videos where he's faking it, I don't want to be like, oh look, he's faking there. It's like, he's very good, but he has a lot of things that are just not real. Like, the video lesson that all these shredders did, but applied in classical guitar. What do you mean? study the video lessons that all these sharers did. Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of looking at that actually. To see if we learn like a like a Sean Lane riff. Sean Lane has some instructional videos where he shows some exercises, but the problem is, you know, he starts doing the diminished scale this low, and then I cannot do that here. It doesn't make sense. I would need to find something that I can do on the high frets of the guitar. Oh look, this is the kid that Grisha was telling me about yesterday. See if he's playing some. Yeah, Sean Lane has some great instructional videos, but it's just for electric guitar. It's very hard to apply that. Okay, power solos, and also this is copyright big time, so I have to raise this. Let's see this 1 minute. Yeah, Paul Gilbert is very, very good, but it's not. See, Paul Gilbert looks more human. Sean Lane looks like he's from another planet.
Yes.
Okay, let's see if we can watch some of this. See, that's the thing. These extensions low in the neck don't make any sense when you try to play it high here. It's just too much of an extension. It's not a good fingering. I need something that's... See, this doesn't make sense.
And that was a mixture of going downward in pedal 3, which would be like... So if you combine those, if you do some 4s and some 3s, it's a real video shoot that I did.
We're gonna see if we can do some of it.
Strange, but
what is he doing?
yeah, this way it's very easy. It seems like it would be strange, but
He's doing it with the index, with the middle here. Get this. So if I was gonna do this on the guitar, I would use index. I would roll it. I would do like index middle. I would do. Or maybe. I would roll the middle finger. So it'd be like middle, middle. So do middle, middle, index, middle, index, middle, middle. That's what I would do, basically. Index, middle, middle for rolling it. So I will start with the middle here, middle, index, middle, middle. So that's an idea. Use the rolling there. But yeah, it's oh, Paul Gilbert licks are the work on nylon. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like they are more guitaristic, more like a like this kind of stuff. That's the reverse Eric Johnson lick. Oh yeah, Eric Johnson uses that a lot, like down, down, up, with the pick. So yeah, I mean, if you watch the whole instructional video, I'm sure you can find some exercises you can do on the classical guitar that make sense, especially these ones that they do up here. But the thing is, technically, the exercises that he creates with the fingerings that he decides to do, they are based on the pick. So you can get the musical idea of the exercise, but the technique is gonna be different. You're gonna have to use the fingers. So it's gonna make sense. Like for example, now I'm telling you it would be better to do like middle, index, middle, middle. That makes sense to practice. I don't know. That's what I would do. So something like that. Oh, a string skipping I think is important to practice it too. Actually, for example, if you do, I like this. I like how this sounds. Let's do it on the. The problem here is that I cannot do economy rest stroke, so I have to get used to lifting the ring finger. I'm doing this. Let me give you from this angle, you can see that the left hand better. I love how this sounds, by the way. These exercises, skipping, they sound incredible. Doesn't that sound great? It's very inspiring. I can do this all day. And then there's something to it when you don't play these two notes, you're doing the scale. And by the way, if you're doing the whole scale, skipping that that second string, you are basically skipping the string that has two notes. So if you're using 3 fingers, you keep using your 3 fingers. You can do like 1. So you don't having to do, which breaks the pattern. Or maybe we can do the same. Let me see. I think it's important to practice the jumps. Then this just sounds great, like. Something like that. I don't know what that is. I heard that somewhere. You can play that passage al sapua. Oh, you mean the pentatonic one? Yeah, probably. Yeah, like. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So you can do like down, down. I'm not sure if you talk about this. I don't know what you're talking about. I think practicing scales with dotted rhythms. Yeah, the thing is, when you, oh, you mean staccato? Staccato, yeah, because if you mean like changing the the rhythmic figuration, it would break the flow. Musically, yes, but just as for technique, I don't want to stop the motion. But yeah, definitely practice this. Let's see if we can keep it up. Let's see if we can keep going. How big? So we're skipping two now. 2B. I don't know if that sounds right. Yeah, I don't know. I have to study to get some string skipping patterns that sound good. What do you think? Practicing scales with if you mean the staccato, I think yeah, it's fine. The thing is, in classical guitar, we don't have the experience of, we don't have the practice of creating anything. We just read the paper, we play that. But I think it's very important to try to create some stuff. Imagine another maestro joining the chat like Grisha yesterday. Now, Grisha is unique. No one's gonna do that. No one else will do that. Grisha is unique. That doesn't exist. Someone with a caliber of Grisha. Grisha is a legend of the guitar. To be in a YouTube chat with 4 people watching, it's not gonna happen. No one else is gonna do that. That just doesn't exist. He's unique. It's like, you know, when you are when you go to a business anywhere, right? If you speak with the secretary, she's like, you know, very obnoxious. Then you go to her boss, it might be a little bit better, but still a jerk. You keep going up and up, and it starts getting better. But when you speak with the final boss, like really, really the boss, that's the nice guy. So in the hierarchy of guitar, Grisha is at the top, at the very top. So he's like, you know, goat. He's goated. He's like super nice guy. But below that, they're not gonna, you know. It's like the people who are really, really incredible, they have no ego, see, because they have nothing to prove. That's like, you know. But people who are close to it, but they are not really that far, they are like, oh no, I'm the best ever, you know. You're below me, so I'm not even talk to you. That are like half and 16th note. Half and is 16 notes. Dotted half and 16 notes. Oh, so you mean like. See, the thing is, when you start stopping the flow, technically that's breaking the. It's not that it's a bad thing to practice, but what I want to do is to keep moving my fingers. So this camera app that I'm using just restarted. Let me get this. That's because the stream has been going for over 2 hours. Let me get this watermark out of the screen. Let me try resetting it, see if it goes away. Yeah, we're gonna have a stream with Maestro Grisha one day. Give me a second here. I'm trying to fix this. Well, I'm just gonna. So they wanna make you pay for this app. So I just do this and get rid of the watermark. Yeah, the thing with starting with different rhythms. See, for shredding purposes, I think it's better the way Sean Lane does it, which is you create different groupings with different accents and from different phrases. Like, for example, if you do like, that's like 3 notes, like, so you can do a phrase that's 3 notes and then another phrase that's 5 notes, right, and then do like more. So you see, like, the phrases can have 2 notes, 3, 4, 5, but you keep playing, basically. But if you stop, then for shredding purposes, it's not gonna help you that much, I think. You need to keep your fingers moving. Okay, so before I finish the stream, I wanna leave it all. I wanna move my fingers. I'm already need to warm up again a little bit, but I'm gonna go over 200 before we finish the stream. So let me go slow to 150 and then 150, 160, and then I'm gonna go. But yeah, this string skipping exercises, I think they're a very good idea to practice. And for this big jump, see if you can do this big jump. Then the smaller one is gonna be easy. You see how fast I can do a big jump. I see what the problem with a big jump is. Yeah, from E to E, that'll be crazy. Big, too big, I think, it's C. Let's see how fast we can do that. 150. I think I have to figure it out first, like the motion. I think it's a very good practice actually. If we can do that, I mean, we can do anything. I'm using this, this app is free on Android, but it's like $5 on Apple, because Apple sucks, of course. It's called Another Flamenco App. That's the one I'm using. But you can use any flamenco app, they're all the same. Oh, similar, yeah. They do the same thing. Let's see what the problem of that big jump is. So we're gonna do 150. I'm not playing the ring finger. Let's see if the wrist rotation helps there. I think it's a very good practice, very, very hard. That's hardcore exercise. It is. But I think not only as an exercise, but musically, at this string skipping, sometimes it can sound incredible. Like, I love how this sounds. think from here. I think this is what sounds good. From here, from the first to the third, and then the sixth. Very hard. I love how that sounds. Really, really like it. What if we play the missing one? So instead of this, we play this. The missing ones together, they also sound good. I don't know why. I don't know the theory behind this, the musical theory behind this. I have no clue. I just play what sounds good. Paul Gilbert and many others like Jackson Baker use a lot of that kind of licks. It sounds really cool. Yeah, it does. And that kind of movement is not common to find in classical guitar technique and repertoire. Yeah, this doesn't exist. But think about this. If we master this big string changes, imagine just changing the strings one after another. That would be a piece of cake. Marek Pasieszny I don't know who that is. I thought this sounds great, like. That sounds great. Especially, it sounds great with the tone corrected fingerings, because the tone, see, when you're skipping strings and doing these jumps, if the tone is all over the place, it's gonna sound a little bit weird. But here, with this fingering, it just sounds like a single line that's smoothly going down like that. So I'm doing on the 4 notes per string, I do 2 fingers. So I'm doing index, middle again, and then index, middle. So it's down here, three notes. Ring, middle, index, and now ring, index. And then start again. It just sounds incredible. I don't know why. I love this this idea. So I'm gonna do it across the entire neck. So the next one will be, so we are here. So then will be. This doesn't make sense. Technically, it's very hard. So I'll do. And then the next one will be. So So that ends. So we did this one. And it'll be. Well, I really like that. So I'll practice those kind of string skipping exercises. But it's really crazy. After you get used to the big jumps, yeah, normal string cross is gonna be. See, after even practicing, the thing is you're gonna discover really what you need to change the string. Maybe the more wrist, maybe the index. I don't know. Maybe this movement down here. I'm not even thinking about it. I just let it happen and then see what works. So I have to try to go fast to make sure I'm doing something that works. Let's see how fast I can do this. 150 BPM. So the thing is to play this ring. crazy exercise. I still want to keep practicing. I do have to go and take a break. Let me go and take a piss, and I'll be right back. After you get used to the big jump, yeah. So we read that already. So I'm gonna be right back. I want to keep practicing these jumps. Yeah, we've been streaming for like 2 hours. Thank you. I hope you are also practicing alone. I mean, try to play some of this string skip. Extremely hard. I haven't practiced this like that with 3 fingers. But yeah, definitely worth practicing. I'll be right back. You know, I was thinking one that has a style I really like is Joshua Stefan. The gypsy jazz is something I really enjoy. So maybe learning some gypsy jazz stuff. I'll show you the right hand finger pattern. How's it going, Hams, Peter? So the right hand, I'm using the tone corrected fingerings. So the rule for the tone corrected fingerings is 3 notes per string. You're gonna use 3 fingers. If we are descending, we use this ring, middle, index. If we are ascending, we do index, middle, ring. If we're doing a combination, we index, ring, middle, index, ring, middle. You know, whatever, you know, ring, index, middle. So depending when you're playing on the left hand, you're gonna play on the right hand. Then when we have 2 notes per string, we're gonna use 2 fingers. So I would do middle, index, or index, middle, or ring finger. So it could be ring, index, ring, index, index, ring. So depending what you're playing here. So if you're doing a pentatonic scale, 2 notes per string, you would do ring index for descending, and I would do this. Then for ascending, index, ring. So we would be crossing all the time. So it might look like it's very complicated, but really, when we do descending, we're doing this with the ring finger. So it is negative crossing, but it's very easy with this technique. Because as you can see, the ring finger doesn't lift. And then for ascending, I'm using this wrist motion. See, I'm using it. Check out the live stream we did with Hernan. We dedicated 2 hours to this wrist motion. I think it's very helpful. And then when we do 4 notes per string, I'm gonna alternate index, middle finger. So if I do this, or I'm sorry, so 4 notes per string, we just do like on Chagona, for example. So do. See? And then 5 notes per string, I would do then index, middle, ring. 4 notes here, then index, middle, ring. And then for descending, ring, middle, index. So that's what I call tone corrected fingerings. So we're trying to keep the tone by following this. So when I'm playing those scales, we're playing 3 notes per string for the most part. So we do ascending, index, middle, ring. So at the turning point is index, middle, ring, middle, index. So I'm practicing this, for example. It's not in sync. So I have to keep repeating it to calibrate it at that speed. I realize I have to breathe when I play for too long. I feel like I need to breathe. Like I'm losing the stamina. And I think breathing is important. It's something that we forget when we are playing. So then we get tense, and we need oxygen. We need to You take a breath in the middle of the thing. So then what happens when you keep going down? You have to do here index ring, then index middle ring, middle index. If the guitar's overheated, I think we'll be smoking right now. So it's here. You know, one thing I love about having no nails is that it's worse in every single way, but at least it's not changing. It stays the same because the nail is not wearing out more because I'm not using it that much. So right now, with all the practice I've done today, the nails are almost intact. Because I'm not using them that much. Look at my calluses. See how they look black? Because that's what I'm using. So I'm hitting it with a nail, but not enough to damage it. So I really like about that. I really like that about not having nails. Not having the nails long. I can keep practicing and it doesn't change. So I like the consistency. When I start with the nails long, I practice and then they go down. It just messes everything up, and then I just want to stop practicing and then wait until they grow. You know what? Let's check out. I want to learn a riff from Matteo Mancuso or Joshua Stefan. So I think it would be good, this video where they play together. Joshua Stefan, Matteo Mancuso. This is a great video. Django's Tiger. This is good stuff. Very, very good stuff. So we're gonna get some ideas from here. We're gonna create some exercises so we don't get bored of practicing the same thing. I'm gonna use the same technique, but we're just gonna play something different. This was fire. This video here was fire. Incredible. Let me get myself out of the way. I'm gonna make myself smaller here. That's it. Look at that. That was fire, man. That was incredible. Love that. Let's see if we can get something from it. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. Just that theme is fire. See what he does here. See? He just does like an ornament there. He does that. No. So this kind of music wants me, is calling for this chromatism very clearly, and I really like it. Steven Jungbeck, what is that? Steven Jungbeck? I don't know that one. Yeah, that was fire. Okay, let's try to. I'm not gonna copy the theme. Let's see if I can find like some shredding parts. I like that. I like that. Oh, see what was that? Let me slow that down. I want to copy that. So it's Uh, I like this. This is a good practice for the sliding. This is designed for sliding. So I'm gonna show you. This is great practice. So index, index, middle. Something like that. We have to practice it, but that's gonna work. It's like the Savikas exercise. I would do it like this. Let me get more distance on this thing. The Savikas exercise, this one. To practice this. So I'm doing index sliding, middle sliding. The thing is, with no nails, it's very hard because the skin is slowing me down. Josh Stefan, the rhythm player, he does have a rhythm player in the background. But let me tell you, for me, this gypsy jazz music, I am more interested in learning how to play the chords with the swing, with the rhythm, than to play the solo. That's harder for me. Like, I am farther from being able to play the chords with that rhythm, sounding like that. I am farther away from that than to play the solo. So it's actually a very, very important skill to learn. Same with flamenco. I think I'm closer to play something from Paco de Lucia than to accompany someone singing in flamenco. That's actually harder artistically because you have to improvise. You don't know exactly what they're gonna sing. So that's actually not an easy thing to do. And it's not like a second tier skill to develop or anything like that. It's actually very, very serious. You have to practice that at speed to control it. How's it going? West 7 Joplin. We're practicing today. I'm trying to learn some Joshua Stefan riff. We learned this one. I like this one. Something like that. I have to practice it. You're late? Well, you can check it out later. I'll keep it posted unless I mean, I'm gonna get hit by copyrights very heavily, but let's see. I still want to keep practicing a little bit more. So let's check out more of this. Joshua Stefan with Matteo Mancuso. We're gonna learn some riff here. Some riffs. You do it with the thumb? Let's see. Yeah, you can do it with the thumb very good, yeah. Like this. Especially here, where he did it here. You're right. You're right, that's better actually with the thumb. There you go. It works, yeah, like an alzapua, absolutely, yeah, that's the way to do that riff. That was fire, man. That was just a chromatic scale. It was fire. That was incredible, man. So he did just... He did it. He just played all the like this. He didn't play the full chromatic. Let me see. That's a very guitaristic thing to do. He didn't play the chromatic. He just played the guitaristic way of playing the chromatic scale, like just the 4 notes per string. He did this. Okay. That was amazing, man. Like, he lands on that note. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. Let's see. Let me hear that again. Yeah, that was amazing, man. I love that chord change. Did the chord progression change just for that part of the solo? Let me see. Yeah, definitely. That's a. Is it chord? I don't know. I need to learn the jazz chords. The right hand rhythm is called La Pompe. Is that like Italian word? I really like the rhythm. The background of the gypsy jazz music is just amazing. That's incredible. Let's learn that scale. Not that. Let's learn the fine scale. Let's slow that down. So what is it? So it's it. I don't understand. Let's slow it down even more. It's just a chromatic. It's just a chromatic scale there. Nothing special, but what makes it special is where he's playing it. That's amazing, and I want to learn how to do that. Not like copy the solo specifically, because even if I copy the solo and I play it, I still don't understand it. I need to learn the chords, the chord progression, and I want to learn how to do this broken down chords. Like, you know, he's playing this in the solo. He's playing the chords like. I don't know how to do how to create something like that. This one would be very interesting. Of course, classical guitarists, we are not composers, but I think we should be able to create a solo. Joshua Stefan is incredible, man. Your all-time favorite is Birelli. Birelli is insane. Yeah, I know Birelli. I mean, I've seen. I love gypsy jazz. Birelli is incredible too. Let's see, what was that? That was interesting. He's playing a very guitaristic exercise, like just doing like why? Just this. It's not even playing the full chromatic scale. But I wanted to see this. This is the part I wanted to copy. Let's see how it's this. So it's just doing like. It's just that, but he just played the right notes. They sound great. I don't see anything to copy there really. It's just music. I don't see like see isolated. If I learn a section of one of those scales by itself, doesn't have the same effect. The effect is because of the chords and the harmony. I was still on it. I just wanted to see if there was something I could copy from this, like as an exercise. But no, I don't see anything I can learn from there, honestly. So I was thinking, well, I'll get more ideas because I wanna I wanna learn some other exercises to not practice always the same thing. So I'm gonna start incorporating the string skipping stuff. Playing fast equals playing good. I mean, playing fast is equal good technique. That's what it is. If you can play very fast, then you have good technique. That's it. But the music is different. The thing is, as a classical guitarist, I don't really have to care about, you know, composing a solo or anything like that, or improvisation. I care because I like it. I just have to read the paper and play that well. Rosenberg Trio. Okay, I've never seen that. Let me check it out. I mean, all this stuff is gonna be copyright. I'm gonna have to take down the stream. Let's see. Rosenberg Trio. Oh, this is with Birelli. Okay, let's see.
Okay, I'm going to play something more. A composition that I composed for my little sister. She's a big woman now, but in that time she was a little girl. Her name is Sephora, and I play for you for Sephora.
So the the golpeador that I am using on this guitar, uh, very expensive. I pay like $500 for this. Okay. It was made by Richard Brunet. So yeah, not cheap. So he just did the job on this guitar. I didn't want to risk it because it's a very good guitars, and Richard Brunet is the best luthier here in the US. But yeah, I didn't look for any good alternative out there, but there's a lot of them. I think the second one is better. There's an insane lick around mid-son in that one. So which one should I play? Should I... So which one's better? This second one? But this one doesn't have Birelli. So I want the one with Birelli, which I know is pretty good.
Little sister.
I like that. Look, wait. Busy. This is the same. So he did this. Actually, by doing this, it sounds less diabolic when you do it like this. like that. Yeah. Why that sounds so good? That's what I like. When I hear something that's inspiring, that's what I'm looking for. We just did that again. Look. That's good. Oh, so you're saying there's an older one that's better, like 18 years ago? I put one of those glass phone screen protectors on an old guitar and it worked fine as a golpeador. Like a screen protector. Yeah! Wait a minute. I've seen this many times. very inspiring, man. It's like, holy crap. Oh wow, that was great. That was crazy. Yeah, this rhythm is definitely different from the previous one. It's called Gypsy Bossa. Okay, so you know all this stuff. You play this kind of music, I guess. This is very, very, very inspiring. Like it just my head is spinning with ideas and things I can play here. It's not like the previous one. With the previous one, it sounds incredible, but not completely lost. But I think it was a lot more complicated harmonically. This one is a lot easier and more inspiring. Just to get started. Used to play this back in the days, and what do you play now? Play flamenco or classical guitar? It's basically basically there are no wrong notes here. That's why it's so inspiring. It's like super open. You can play anything here. It's like playing flamenco now. I'm starting some basic classical pieces. How is La Vida Breve going? The thing is, I want to change everything now with these tone corrected fingerings. So I am still in the process of maxing out as much as I can my technique. And then I'm going to have to go back and change the fingerings of the things that I played. So right now I don't have anything ready. Like nothing works right now. Because I improved my technique, so I have to change everything accordingly. Yeah, this was great. Very, very inspiring. So I'll check out more of that in the future. But yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it there. We've been live for like, I don't know, 3 hours. So this was a long live stream. So to summarize, well, I said I was gonna push myself to the limits, and I didn't. Just end up watching a bunch of videos. Still early. So the thing is, Yeah, let me push myself to a limit. So I didn't do over 200. I did 200, but not over 200. Let's try 210. Let me turn on the. Yeah, I always like before finishing my practice to give it all, you know, like I want to have my fingers fried before I decide to finish. I want to get tired, basically. I have practiced a lot. Let's see how 210 sounds. Let's see. See if a speaker is connected. The thing is, it doesn't have charge. See if it works now. No, it doesn't have charge. I have to charge the speaker. So here it just sounds too bad. want to practice some dynamics before trying faster, get more control. I'm gonna practice some dynamics, so when I play Chacona, it doesn't sound like an exercise. try that 210. If I ever consider making videos about pull guard speed, yeah, when I practice it, I haven't practiced it yet. I have that on the pipeline. I have practiced a little bit the Alsapua, but I haven't practiced it enough to get to any conclusions. Let me tune the guitar. I'm like out of tune playing scales here. The strings are fried. But I haven't changed the strings because I have no nails. It's kind of a shame to have new strings and no nails. So I want to wait until I have nails. So, the thumb. I like the thumb, especially the Alsapua stuff, but I have to practice it more. Just practicing scales like that. I have to practice scales and all that. I changed the strings when I was in Cuba once a year. Here in the US, I do have the strings, but I don't have the time sometimes, so I just prefer, because the thing is, for me, it's a hard decision. Do I spend half an hour changing the strings or practicing? That's the thing. So I always go with practicing. That's why the strings are so old. But yeah, if I could, I would change it every 3 weeks. Yeah, but I'll get into the thumb too. Like I will practice. I have to practice it myself to get to some conclusions. So, I know it might not be your main field since I think you're mostly classical. No, but I want to get into the thumb stuff. But I've seen some flamenco players playing like 4 notes per beat, around 140 BPM, thumb only. Down only? That's very impressive. Down only. I can do 120 without too much practice, but at 140, that's very, very fast. 120 should be possible. Let's see. This is 120. It's possible. 120. Yeah, I'm not moving the thumb. I'm like trying to move the wrist. But 140, that's crazy fast for the thumb only. My goal is I am 180 BPM. Semi-quavers. I think AI more than enough to play any scale in any piece. For sure, 180 BPM, I want to do that too. I can do it, but I cannot sustain 180 BPM. I want to be able to sustain 200, like 2 fingers, non-stop, 1 minute. That would be insane. It is possible. Tomatico 2 ultra fast thumb finishes that are like I haven't seen it. Tomatico, I don't think Tomatico is like a virtuoso flamenco guitarist. He's great, but he's not the one that does the flashy stuff. But of course, he has skills, for sure. Yamandu can play really fast with the thumb, almost the same as I am. No, not the same, but I know. Yeah, Yamandu has some crazy talent. Yamandu Costa has some crazy God-given talent that is just once in a generation, you know. It's just incredible. What do you think? Mateo Mancuso is incredible. He can go VR with finger tech. Mateo Mancuso is incredible. Is an incredible guitarist. The talent is off the charts. Yeah, I like him a lot. I mean, I was watching a video about him. You know, Mateo Mancuso and Joshua Stefan. Is incredible. I'm gonna learn something from him. I'm gonna watch some of his videos, get some of the phrases and stuff that he does. I want to learn to do what he does a little bit. I'm not gonna specialize on that, but I think it is important to be able to create solos and all of that. Because I think there is something embarrassing about classical guitarists, and that is we meet each other and we cannot play together unless we spend time reading a piece of paper for a duo or something. And then you have jazz musicians that can meet any day, no preparation at all, and they can play together. See, how are you a musician if you cannot even play? Like, you cannot improvise, you cannot play together unless you spend, you know, a month working on something. It's like, I would not consider you a speaker unless you can speak, you know. If you cannot just, you know, stand in front of a crowd and speak about something, you have to learn it. you have to practice your speech, and that's all you can do. It's like you're not a speaker, you know. I want to be able to play any day with any musician. I don't want to be like, okay, I meet with a musician and okay, let's play together today. I'm like, no, I cannot do it. I need to practice for 6 months to have that ready. It's not gonna work. So I think that is something embarrassing about classical guitarists. It's like we are not even musicians if we cannot play like that. Yeah, it is definitely. See, on the classical guitar, I think at all the schools, and you know, I'm not from the school of classical guitar. I'm self-taught, but I strongly believe in the school curriculum of classical guitarists. They should completely eliminate all the history, useless stuff, and many of the theory and stuff, and just make it super important for classical guitarists to learn how to create a solo, how to play together with jazz players, with other musicians, how to get together and play something. I have seen, for example, Elliot Fisk, for example. On a master class, someone plays Bach, and he would play a second guitar. But complicated, not like, you know, the chords. No. He's playing counterpoint, multiple voices that are second voice of what you're playing, in real time. That's what we need to learn. So if we're gonna be classical guitarists, we should be able to improvise classical music like Bach. We should be able to hear a melody and then be able to just throw that around with the melody and start putting some basses and some chords and making it grow. We have to be able to do that. If we cannot do that, all we're doing is kind of fake, to be honest. See, I want to be able to do that. I want to learn that. Musicians in the old times were improvisers from Bach, Vivaldi, exactly. That's what we should, as classical guitarists, we should try to get to that level. just hang major scale off pentatonic and you can improvise. Yeah, but I mean, high level. You know, I can improvise right now. It would be garbage. So what I'm gonna do is just play the same scales that I've been practicing, and I'm gonna throw them around up and down. And that's not music. It's not to throw around the scale. It's like phrases and things, you know, chords and. I had a teacher that said to me, first you play, then you learn the name of what you're playing. Exactly. But yeah, I mean, it definitely it has. There's a lot of value on the interpretation and classical music, but we also have to be able to play. For example, see, if you meet with Yamandu Costa, and Yamandu Costa has done this many times with classical guitarists, he tells you, okay, play whatever you're playing there, Bach, whatever. Okay, let's record. Let's go. And he just plays a second guitar. You can play whatever piece you want. Yamandu Costa starts punching chords, doing phrases and stuff that's in style that sounds great. That makes you look like a beginner in comparison. It doesn't matter how high level you are, how good your technique is. It doesn't matter. It's like Yamandu Costa is running circles around you. But you're not at the same level, not even close. It doesn't matter how good of a guitarist you are. If you cannot do that, I think you're not. It's just not. You see what I'm saying? Like it doesn't look good. You know, it doesn't look good. And the same goes for pianists. You can be an incredible, interpreter and all of that, but then you meet a jazz pianist and he can just make things up on the fly and no preparation. That's necessary. I think that's mandatory. I want to learn that. See, right now I don't consider myself a musician. I'm a guitarist. I'm learning the technique of the guitar. But at some point I want to learn and become a musician and become an artist. I don't think I'm an artist. Not yet. For many classical players, it's like learning to recite a poem in Japanese without knowing Japanese. Exactly. For example, I can learn Guajiras de Lucia. I can play the whole thing. Wonderful. Very fast scale. Amazing, right? I do not know the style. I don't know how to do a Guajira with a dancer and someone singing. I don't know how to, how to fill the space of that style. So it's not real. It's not real. I'm playing Guajiras de Lucia and I have no clue about that music. And the thing is, for the majority of the public, it doesn't matter because they don't know either. But for people who do know, the gypsies, they listen to you playing and they know what you're doing doesn't sound real. It's like, for example, I'm Cuban. I see a European dancing Cuban music and I'm like, yeah, you don't know how to dance. It looks very, very, it looks bad. So even if I am not a dancer myself, but I know how the dance is supposed to look like because I come from Cuba, I have seen the culture. So I can clearly see when I see a European playing Cuban music and it doesn't sound like, he just learned that. But he doesn't know how to play Cuban music. Me either, but I know what it's supposed to be like because I'm from Cuba. So I think it's very, very, very important to, if we are going to play a choro, it's a classical piece, that's a choro, we should be able to improvise choro and accompany someone singing the choro and compose the choro and all of that. See, whatever musical style it is, that's mandatory. If I cannot do that, what I'm playing, it's just not, it doesn't have the substance behind it. I don't understand what I'm playing. I have no clue. And I accept that. Right now, that's where I am. I have no clue. I'm just playing what I read from the paper, and I'm happy with that. But I wanna grow from that. I wanna be better, you know. If you can bust out chords and outline chords based on good theory, it's too good. No, and I'm not but I don't mean learning the theory behind it. That's not enough. See, I know how Cuban music is supposed to be like without knowing the theory. See, gypsy people, they know how flamenco is supposed to sound, even if they are not guitarists themselves or singers or dancers. They know how that's supposed to be like, and they can hear you play and they'll be like, yeah, that's not. They can tell if you are one of them or not. You don't even have to open your mouth. You play and they know, okay, that's not great. We still try it, we like it. I want to learn flamenco, I want to play, but you can see when someone is playing flamenco and they are from that culture. They just do this. Tuning the guitar, they do this. And you know already. See, they do this like, you know already. That's a real thing. And it doesn't matter even if they are not great, you know, technically or whatever. I could introduce you to a few players who approach these things from the way you want. Send me an email. I have it on the channel. It's Ariel Guitar 92 at gmail.com. I'll write it down in the chat. It's Ariel. Ariel Guitar 92 at gmail.com. No, it's Ariel Guitar Classes. This is another one. Ariel Guitar Classes at gmail.com. Is that my email? Let's see. Well, my phone is, yeah, that's the email. Or Ariel Guitar 92. That works. Outsiders can do cool stuff like Mirding the Counter. I don't know what that is. What do you think? When will you consider changing the focus away from technique to something else? Once I can play that Paco scale, I'll be done with technique. Once I can do the Paco scale with 2 fingers, like this, the whole thing, then I will focus. I would shift my focus to music. So it might never happen, but no, I think it's gonna happen at some point. I should be able to do it. It's extremely hard. I'm kind of forcing my way to it. Like, I don't think I have the God-given talent to do it, but I'm still gonna push it. You know? It's gonna happen. I'm gonna force my way through it. It's like all the forces of the universe are against me. It's like, but I'm like, doesn't matter. I'm gonna do it just because it has to happen. So once I do that, then I will think about something else. But the thing is, in general, I'm focusing on the technique because I want to be able to play some very hard stuff that I cannot play. That's why. And also because when you improve the technique, everything just works better. Even if you're just playing slow, you have more control and all of that. You're biased because your dad is a jazz fusion player. You mean God-given talent to be a real musician? That's also my goal in life. No, I think we all have a unique talent. I'm talking about the talent of moving these two fingers at 230 BPM for 1 minute. That's the talent I don't have. Just let's get out there like half and half an hour. Yeah. So let's leave it there, man. I didn't push myself to the limits. Let me try that. The thing is, let me see if my speaker is working. Got some charge already. I don't know why it's turning itself off. It doesn't have charge. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't have the juice, so it's turning off. But yeah, let me. I'm gonna try without metronome. Just gonna get freestyle. Before ending my practice, I wanna give it all. Be so tired that I cannot even move my fingers anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna remember the extension. That definitely helped. I level up. I feel today and yesterday the index is more free. I have the more power on the index. It helps me a lot, especially on the ascending scales. 6. 4, 5, 6. Okay, let me hear 210. Is what I want to do. 210. I feel like I need a little bit of strumming. Grisha showed me this on a workshop in Wisconsin. Show me this. You want to have the fingers one behind each other and do this. So that's how you launch them with power. It took me a while to even do it fluently, but I still have to practice. I haven't practiced that a lot. You need a wingspan. I can cover like 12 fret on my short scale. I wish I had more strings. It would be more fun to play longer scales. From index to pinky. Yeah, we need to practice with the pinky too. That's kind of what you learn on a Roda de Choro. You're forced to do that, even not knowing the theory. 12, 24, or 22. What is that? I think your M and A, and for that matter pinky, are not grouped and organized enough, so you end up with tension. Your other fingers are fighting with the freedom of your eye finger. Yeah, right now my eye finger is more free, that's for sure. Tension and relaxation are yin and yang. Yeah. It's really cool, play short and others, and you learn a lot. A slide into the note. No, we're not sliding anything, we're playing every single note. If you slur or slide, that's like cheating, bro. That's unethical. You have to play every single note. Thing you like, I am for picado, because M is obviously longer. Yesterday Grisha suggested rotating your wrist to compensate for the longer M finger, I think. You can always play, the record is not the same as something. Yeah, I've been tweaking, so I definitely feel the index is more free than these two. These two go together. But yeah, I feel the index is more free today for sure. So let's see how 210 sounds like again. I know that. See, really, these 3-finger scales is like doing this. But the thing is, I don't have power anymore. My fingers are tired. My fingers are starting to give up. I've been practicing for, I don't know, between today and yesterday, I think I've played more than 30 hours for sure. Yeah, I know. See, the reason why I don't keep the ring middle index is because of the tone. Ring middle index all the way is faster. There's no question about that. I can play faster with ring middle index. Not even, I mean, I can play 240 BPM if I don't do the tone corrected. But the reason why I do this is because it sounds better to go ascending like this. Sounds more, see, listen to this. I have no nails, so my guitar doesn't sound great regardless, but listen to the difference. listen to this. Okay, this is too sweet. See, so from here, sweet to this, to this. So first one is sweet, right? The second one is super metallic. So you go from this to this. So look. So you go from super sweet to super metallic the second time. So the tone sounds inconsistent. Now when you're playing over 200 BPM, it doesn't really matter that much. But that's the reason why I use this fingering. It's not for speed. If I do this, like... I can play faster like that. I can do 240 BPM almost. So this is 240. See, I can do 240 BPM. But the reason why I do this is because I'm gonna play classical music. So in classical music, I start throwing around 3-finger scales, and they're gonna be like, no, doesn't sound great. But if I do tone corrected, and they say it doesn't sound great, you're wrong. It sounds better, and it's undeniable. It's just a fact. If you follow this rule, it's just gonna sound better. So that's why. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna use this scale, for example, and for Guajiras de Lucia, I'm gonna smash that scale. I'm gonna play it as fast as possible. I'm not gonna do tone corrected. I'm gonna do this. See how fast I can do it. Let me do it slow sometimes because it's like out of sync. But you see, when I do it as fast as possible, it's just brutal. See, but they might sound legato because you have more endurance, you have more control over the dynamics, but the tone is going to sound great sometimes when you're descending, you're doing this, ring middle index descending, is gonna sound great, but when you start combining, when you start ascending and all of that, the tone is not gonna be consistent. Oh, for sure, but that's what I want too. Like, I want the guitar to sound more, beautiful, so I think it does sound better when I do it this way. But I'm not trying to max out the speed when I do tone corrected, is my point. But 210 BPM, it's not that bad. So yes, I can do 230, 240 if I don't do tone corrected, but I mean, I'm not gonna need that fast for most of the things I'm gonna play. But sometimes I'm gonna use it, like here for the Guajiras de Lucia scale. I'm gonna smash that first scale, I'm gonna crush it. brutally. I'm gonna brutalize the guitar big time. I don't care what anyone says there. I'm gonna smash it. Moraito for picados. Moraito even I think Diego Morao, he admits that he just doesn't practice that. He said that he wishes he was more serious when it comes to the technique. That he just doesn't practice the technique at all. And I guess the same goes for Moraito Chico. So when it comes to the technique, that's a like terrible reference, I think. I recommend you practice both. Practice 2-finger scales. I recommend you actually practice this. Look, these 2 fingers together, and then practice with the index. Like this. Like together. See, I don't have power anymore. I'm tired. My fingers don't wanna, they are lazy already. It's not that I don't feel anything on my hand, but my fingers are like, yeah, we don't wanna move fast anymore. But yeah, try this. Yeah, I love Moraito and Diego Moral. I mean, they are one of the best. But when it comes to playing scales, that they are not the reference that I look. That's not what I. Because they just do. That's not their thing. That's not what they do. Yeah, I see what you're saying. How do you so yeah, basically what I was gonna tell you. So practice, even if you're gonna do IM, practice with these 2 fingers together, because I mean we confirmed that yesterday with Grisha. He practiced this actually. So play with these 2 fingers and then play index. And then also practice the pinky and these 2 fingers. You can remove that index, that ring finger, and then practice the 3-finger scales. They're gonna help you, the 2-finger scales too. Goes fast. 3. This is 240. This is as fast as the metronome goes for me. Yeah, it's almost there. Would you personally like to talk to besides who I would personally like to talk? I mean, many guitars. Now, for me, when it comes to the master classes that I have participated, the absolute best, like, if you can ever have the chance to be on a master class or to receive a master class from Ricardo Gallen. Ricardo Gallen, he's the absolute best. That's not a class. You're not speaking with a teacher. You're speaking with an oracle. Okay? He can predict the future. Okay? He's like, you make sure you ask him. See, I see a lot of people when they go to a master class, they just waste the opportunity. They sit there, play for too long, and don't ask any questions. That's a terrible. I mean, you lost a big opportunity. Ricardo Gallen, ask him questions, man. He's the best. He's gonna illuminate. He give you an answer that's gonna illuminate everything. Ricardo Gallen. It's the absolute best. Incredible. Like, I cannot recommend it enough. Like, you have to see. You don't want to die without going to a Ricardo Gallen masterclass. Is my point. Whatever you have to do, just try to have that opportunity because it's incredible. I was supposed to receive a 30 minutes masterclass with Ricardo Gallen, and I asked him so many questions. The masterclass was 2 hours. And then he gave me another masterclass after that. So yeah, he's just like unbelievable. Like, you ask him a question and you're gonna be blown away. You're gonna be like, oh my God. You're gonna be illuminated. You're gonna have ideas for years to come. Okay, I'm telling you, it's better than that. Like, I'm not able to hype it up enough. He's the best. I'm telling you. Like, Leo Brouwer calls him the thinker. He is a mastermind. I'm telling you. So yeah, let's leave it there, man. I think I'm tired already. My fingers don't want to move anymore. They see, if I try to play with 2 fingers, they don't want to move anymore. See, if I try, like, see, you remember yesterday I was able to do like now it's like my fingers can do it, but they don't want to. See, with 2 fingers how fast I can do. Now, yesterday I did 210 with index ring finger. Let's see, this is 210. Cannot keep it up, of course. So we can do more than that, I don't think. Let's try 220. I cannot. Ricardo Gallen, some ideas? Yeah. He told me to learn a piece. It's okay, you have some difficult passages that you have to practice. Yeah. But that's a compromise. You don't want to have to be repeating sections too much. Ideally, you don't even want to repeat a single piece. You're gonna play a concert, 20, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. You want to start learning the whole program, reading from the very first page of the very first piece you're going to play to the last one. In the same order you're gonna play your repertoire. Back to back. Of course, that's not the time to, oh, I don't know how to do tremolo, let's practice tremolo. I don't know how to do scales, let's practice scales, see, which is what most people have to do because they just don't have the level to play what they want to play. So you want to have your technique ready to play whatever you want to play, right? So you don't have to do technique with the pieces. So the pieces should be easy, so you don't have to repeat anything really. So that's going to give you the best mental clarity. You just always play from the very beginning, very first page to the last one, back to back, never repeat anything again and again and again, and that's it. Flawless repetition of everything back to back. You're gonna have the best mental clarity. You're not gonna be like blank in the middle of something and you don't remember, what comes next. That was definitely a big one. He's absolutely right about that. The thing is, I do want to level up and play max out, so I do have to repeat the sections, but I clearly understand what his message there. The other thing that he taught me was what I've been trying to teach on every single video, which is basically there is a relationship between a speed and power. A speed and power go together. And he demonstrated that to me very, very clearly. He told me, he said, I'm gonna put my two hands like this, right? My two arms like this. So then I'm gonna ask you to put your hands down, and when I tell you go, you're gonna grab one arm with one hand as strong as you can, and with the other one as soft as you can, but at the same time. So when I say go, you're gonna grab both at the same time, but one very strong, as strong as you can, and the other one very soft at the same time, right? Ready? Go. No, it was not at the same time. Try again. Go. It always happens like that because speed and power go together. If you try to do something very strongly, it's gonna be faster. So when you practice, you want to find that perfect proportion of speed and power. So your target is speed and power. You need to feel that, and then you're gonna slow it down to practice it slowly with less power, but it needs to be proportional. So you need to find that proportion. That's why I've been recommending, yes, practice slow, but you don't want to practice slow like this. Because then when you speed it up, your hand gets too tight. You want to practice slow with low volume, and as you get faster, you get more volume. Now, of course, sometimes you have to be able to keep the same speed and do a crescendo or a decrescendo. That's not a natural thing to do for the hands. It's actually demanding to have that control to keep the same speed and then change the dynamics. You have to understand that the natural thing to do is as you get faster, you get more tense, you get more volume. That's just the way our muscles work. So this applies to every single instrument. It applies to anything you do with your body, fighting, whatever you're practicing. That's just the way it goes. So, Ricardo Allen is gonna give you he's gonna share those knowledge bombs. That's like, oh my God, I've been doing it wrong for 10 years, He's going to illuminate you. It's just incredible, man. Like, it's just the way he explains why he grabs the guitar like this. Then he puts the guitar like this and he plays Bach like the whole thing perfect, like this, with the guitar in his back and different positions. He throws himself to the floor and he plays the whole thing like this, and he explains you why he does that. He can play a scale with one finger, like for example, he can do like this, like with one finger. So you think he's not a virtuoso? He's gonna blow you away. He's gonna do some things that make no sense, and he's gonna explain you why it works scientifically. So yeah, I'm telling you, I had the chance to be in many master classes. Ricardo Allen is the absolute best, unbelievable. Like, if whatever you have to pay or do to be on his master class is nothing. Consider that free, a gift from God if you can be there. So I'm telling you, I don't want to mention names, but I had the chance to be in many master classes from incredible guitarists, and they are all great in their own, and they all have their own, strength and things that they share that are unique. But Ricardo Allen is just God, and then there's the rest. Okay. So yeah, let's leave it there. See, my experience practicing today and yesterday for 16 hours, I mean the whole day I've been practicing, and not practicing like repertoire, just moving my fingers as fast as possible all the time. I mean, you've seen, actually this live stream, I've been taking a break. I haven't been playing that much on this live stream. When I'm not doing the live stream, I'm like constantly playing the same scale up and down and again, faster and faster. So my conclusions after playing that much, my hands don't feel any, I don't feel any pain. Simply my fingers don't want to move anymore. But it's not because I have a pain or anything. Like, my hands feel great. Like, I don't have any, I have no nails, that's for sure. Like, I did develop some calluses on the tip of my fingers on the right hand, and I have no nails. But I don't feel any discomfort. The reason why I did this is because I feel like I got a breakthrough, definitely from yesterday, with Grisha share his observations, and he was absolutely right. So I feel my index is now more free and faster, and it's ready earlier, and I can keep going. Especially help my ascending scales when doing index middle ring. Definitely help that, and it helped, of course, my 2-finger scales. When I was not extremely tired, I was able to do 160 BPM with index middle finger, and that's a big improvement, because before, like 2 days ago, I could do 140. So now I can keep it up at 160. That's a massive improvement. So I recommend you, when you're having a breakthrough, just go for it. Practice the whole day, so you don't forget the feelings. So you don't want to practice 16 hours a day every day, but when you feel like you're making some big improvements, just go for it. Don't stop playing. Just keep at it until your fingers give up and you're like, okay, I cannot even move anymore, so I'm gonna stop playing. So that's my conclusion. So I feel it feels great, man. Improvement is the best feeling. There's nothing that feels better than improving. The number one reason why I play the guitar is because, for me, the guitar and music in general is an infinite opportunity for improvements. What gives me happiness is progress. It could be making more money, for example. That's definitely progress. It could be feeling stronger, like I can do more pull-ups or I can run for a longer period of time or longer distance. So personal improvement, mental, success in my life, whatever. So progress equal happiness for me, right? So there are many things that I can improve. So there are many opportunities for progress. But nothing comes even close to the guitar. The guitar playing for me is an infinite opportunity for improvement. So it's an infinite happiness machine. Every time I improve, it just feels great. So I'm just looking forward. I'm just killing myself looking forward to that next breakthrough, that improvement. That day when you play your whatever you want to play and everything is working. You have that tremolo on fire, and the music is just, the guitar is just smoking music, like just on fire, like tremolo. That's why I do this. That's the reason why I like this a lot. See, there are many things that I like to do, but the guitar is number one because nothing is harder than this. There's no other activity that's harder than this. Playing the guitar, especially playing the guitar for people, going to a stage with people there in a specific time, and you have to be ready. That's hard. Okay, you have to go from 0 to no warm up. So that's why I like this. So let's leave it there. This live stream, let's see if I can keep it up. We play a lot of copyright stuff, so probably we're gonna get copyright strike, but let's see. Thank you very much for stopping by. Just playing Bach in the line, the floor, and he go up stopping the piece. Yeah. He lives in Spain. Oh yeah, it's a beautiful place to visit. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna visit him one day if I can. Hardness. Yeah, I don't think that applies for Grisha. He was a kid. He was already playing everything, so I don't think. Nah, he has tremendous. He has the talent, but he also practices a lot. You can see that. I mean, talent is not enough. There's a lot of hard work, and the more I practice, the more I realize that the people I admire, they are practicing a lot. See, I'm like, I think I'm practicing too much. No, man, these people are practicing even more consistently for a longer period of time, and they have the talent too. So you need to have the talent, but you also have to just practice a lot. So let's leave it there. Thank you very much for stopping by, for all the comments. I mean, this live stream we got a lot of comments, so I appreciate that. That's why I'm here. See, if I do a live stream and I get no comments, I'm not doing any more live streams because it would be crazy to just be speaking in front of a camera with no comments. So when I do the videos, that's what I'm looking forward to, the comments. That's it. That's why I'm doing this. I do have another YouTube channel that I have to make videos. Actually today, see if I can make a video for that, for the channel. I have a tech channel with 20,000 subscribers. So that channel is making good money already. And we have a lot of supporters there. So I should be making videos for that channel, but I really enjoyed this one too. And I'll keep doing it. So let's leave it there. I'm going to take a break from the guitar today. I think I practiced enough. And yeah, I wish you improve too. Share your thoughts and opinions.